got something organized here. I'm sorry. This is whose car right here? Don Wilson! Don Wilson! Don, where are you here? There you are. You're right here. Excuse me, sir. Don Wilson, Anderson, California. #1 car. Don, welcome to Anderson. What do you got going for you tonight?
Oh, got a lot of candy to give out to the kids after the race.
And photos in the pits, right? Back from racing out in Charlotte, South Carolina. And I'm sure it was a great show. Big hand for Mike Chase from Bakersfield, California. Mike. Welcome back to Shasta Speedway, Mike.
It's really great to be back here at NASCAR. I'm really looking forward to tonight. This is the first NASCAR Tour race, and I think the crowd's going to see a heck of a good race. I hope everybody can get together and we'll race together.
Mike, tell us a little bit about what it was like. The 1986 Pontiac Trans Am NASCAR Pace Car with Paul Hosler at the wheel. Please come out. bit, John, so they can see what's going on. Fred Stokes mighty happy. Melinda's mighty happy.
Yeah.
We got a whole bunch of, that's right, all of you can see. We get that car back far enough. In the NASCAR Winston Winner Circle. From Bakersfield, California, the 99 car, Mike Chase. Fred Stokes, mighty happy, the car owner. Made it all worthwhile. We're so happy to have you here, John. By the way, Michael had 4 other opportunities to race this weekend. He said, let's take Shasta one more time. This makes 5 straight 100. Down to you, John.
All right, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yeah, Gary, thank you. And by the way, let's have a big hand for Gary Cressy for a great call on the race. Beautiful, man, beautiful. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're down here ringside in the winner's circle. Mike, what a great race. Thank you very much, Fred Stokes prepared a fine race car. Jerry Baxter, without him, this car wouldn't win fast tonight. Profile racing engine just did a trick all night long, and McCreary tires, hey, I've been saying they're the best car going, and I still believe it. And I got a great hand up from Modesto. Aunt Mabel, hello, how you doing? Hey, this car is smoking down here, man. You took this thing to limit. There was a little tap dancing there about the, I guess about the 61st lap, put you back in the back of the pack. What did you feel when that happened? Oh, I just got in a little bit harder room, and he was a little bit loose, and when I tapped him, he was loose coming off the turn the same round, so I went back taking momentum and come back and win the race. Mike, how's this kind of racing go, what we're doing right here tonight, compare with the open comp that you've been doing? Well, I'll tell you, NASCAR puts on a very, very fine show, and I'm just tickled to think that NASCAR invited me here to race tonight, and I hope I can do some more. And I'm very impressed with these cars. They've got more of a street look for everybody, so you can see when you're driving them down the highway. And it took me a little while to get used to the narrow wheelbase cars, but I think we got used to it fast enough. How was the track tonight? The track was fast. It was really fast, and hey, you guys, Gary Cress, we can't thank enough for him. He throws a fine race back and puts on a fine show. Come back next time and see us again. We really appreciate it. All right, so prize money tonight, $16,950. Mike, you're going to walk away with a tidy check of right around $3 grand. Point standing, you're going to move up. Where are you headed from here? Well, they had me back down quite Las Vegas in a couple weeks, and maybe Saugus next week, and that'll give me a little bit better start from back to Darlington. Maybe I can do West Coast a little bit better this time and not foul out. Mike, as a former Reading guy, it's great to see you back here on the track. I'd like to see you back again real soon, and I know that you've got nothing but a bright future ahead of you. I'm sure Roger Penske may be looking for you in the stands. Who knows? I can only dream. Hey, all my relatives here tonight, thank all of you for coming, man. Without you guys, we wouldn't be cheering on, and all the other fans in church and the church fans. It's great to be back home racing with you people. All right, Mike, we got a trophy. Come on over here. Let's present the trophy here. The Pepsi 100, ladies and gentlemen, tonight. Beautiful trophy here for Mike Chase. That's Debbie's issue, by the way, is our trophy gal. She's a lovely gal. Works in shaking Mike around, trying to give him his trophy here. And there they are. They make a nice couple, but obviously Mike's wife very excited. His entire family's here. Gary, it was a beautiful race. Once again, a big hand for our winner tonight, Pepsi 100, Mike Chase, Bakersfield. Yeah. By the way, John, you got a fellow back behind you there. I'd like you to talk to Fred Stokes, the car owner. All right, Fred's kind of happy about this victory. Fred puts lots of money, lots of effort into these cars out of Lakeport, California. Fred Stokes, the car owner. Fred, congratulations. I'm sure you're excited about this. Okay, the car was fast, it was quick. He just wanted to get everybody out of the way and win. Very, very good. Well, all team effort, all the team did a lot of work. Everybody, including Gary Cressy, we're putting on a good show. And we just enjoy racing in Shasta. How many cars do you have out running right now, Fred? 4 cars. And I'm sure Mike is probably one of your flagship drivers, right? Well, this is the first race he's driven for me, but I'm sure it's going to be a lot more. You just got to talk real quick, and wear thicker gold chains too, right? Fred Stokes, you put the car together. Thank you very much. All right, thank you, Fred. Gary, what can we say? It was a beautiful race. It was quickly run. The Speedway was quick, and Mike wants to say one more thing. After all the thanks for everybody, I forgot old Frank Ron. Me and Frank will way back racing, and like all they worked the tail off this weekend, and I sure appreciate that too. All right. What can we say? It was a well-run race. Everybody did a great job. Very few yellow flags. What was the time on this race? How quickly we turned this thing around? one of the quicker races we've seen for 100 laps. I know it was fast. Hello. Anyway, we want to thank once again our winner, Mike Chase. Thank you for coming. Want to remind you there's race.
Car number 38 from Orange, California, the Maritime Outfitters Chevrolet, Duke Hohenschel. Next into the lineup, car number 69 from Riverside, California, the Inland Empire Chevy dealer Chevrolet, Kevin Rinneker. Next car in the lineup, car number 73, car number 2 from Canyon Country, California, Lux Illuminated Signs Pontiac, Carl Lux. The next car in the lineup, car number 73, all the way from Albuquerque, New Mexico, the J&R Restaurant Equipment Chevrolet, John Pox. The next car in the lineup, the 04 car from Brea, California, the Sadler Racing Pontiac, Al Sadler. Car number 76 from Lake Arrowhead, California, the Horsepower Plus Aerocrest Towing Pontiac, Bill Clark. Car number 33 from Rockland, California, the Hamlin Racing Pontiac, John Krebs. Car number 87 from Highland, California, the Perhacs Racing Chevrolet, Greg Perhacs. Car number 4 from Las Vegas, Nevada, the Dunnigan Pumping Repair Chevrolet, Dick Cobb. Car number 27, winner of 2 events here last year from Littleton, Colorado, the Avance Racing Chevrolet, Roger Avance. Car number 1 from Arvada, Colorado, the Jolly Rancher Exquisite Design Chevrolet, Don Wilson. Car number 5 from Atwater, California, the Collie Ford, Glendale Ford, Doug George. Next car in the lineup, car number 7 from Highland, California, the Becker & Smith Pipeline Chevrolet, Randy Becker.
Won 3 races last year.
Winner of 3 races last year, car number 37, Pro Power Engineering Ford tonight from Bakersfield, Mike Chase. Next car in the lineup, car number 20 from Vacaville, California, the G&K Construction Golden State Pontiac, Lauren Kelly. Car number 23 from Modesto, California, Don's Mobile Glass Pontiac, Don Monaco. Car number 35 from Merced, California, Keith Van Houten. Last year's Southwest Tour champion from Lakeside, California, car number 56, the McDonald's Boulevard Auto Chevrolet, Ron Esau. The top 6 cars, of course, inverted by qualifying times. The next car in the lineup from Fraser Park, California, the Sierra Mold Newhall Carburetor Chevrolet, Danny Press. Winner of a main event last year, car number 75 from Sepulveda, California, the Spears Manufacturing Chevrolet, Roman Kalzinski. On the outside of the second row, car number 93 from Modesto, California, the Taco Bell Thompson Chevrolet, Troy Beebe. Inside, row number 2, car number 17 from Eureka, California, the RAO Construction Pontiac, Randy Olson. On the outside of the front row, car number 6 from Denver, Colorado, the Hoosier Tire Chevrolet, Rick Corelli. And the pole sitter for tonight's Miller 100, car number 42 from Palmdale, California, the La Victoria Food Chevrolet, Dennis Dyer. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will be the lineup for tonight's main event. It'll take just a few moments for them all to get into their cars, strapped in securely, and very shortly we'll be underway. As I mentioned, during the course of the race, yellow flag laps will count up to a maximum of 5 under each yellow, at which time they will stop being counted. The last 5 laps of the 100-lap main event will have to be run under the green. Don't forget the Pontiac is the official car of the NASCAR, and the official pace car for the NASCAR Southwest Tour. They are all going for Rookie of the Year. And there are more drivers going for Rookie of the Year in this field than are not. So there are a lot of them out there this year. done 100 laps of racing the Miller 100. We're moments away from the green flag. Here they come, around turn number 3, out of turn number 4, looking for green. They got it, we're underway. in the number 4 spot on our scoreboard rather than up above. So 4th place reflects the number of laps that have been completed.
Lap number 18 right now.
Lap number 18 working at the moment.
Break for action.
Leader at the moment, car number 6, Rick Corelli. Coming out of turn number 4, we should see the green, and we will be back underway. Here they come. They've got the green, and we are back underway. 6, Ron Esau, who has parked his car in the infield. It's time out of turn number 4. We are past the halfway mark. The leader is still number 6, Rick Corelli. Green flag is out. We're back underway. The wall. Green flag is out and we are backing away. Excitement, excitement. Still one lap to go before the green will come back out. And we're getting into the later stages of tonight's Miller 100. Yet to come, the figure 8 main event, so don't go too far away. Lots of excitement left tonight. And for the third time, a driver from Colorado leading at the main event here in the Southwest Tour. Green flag back out, we're back underway. won twice last year from Colorado. Seems like if it's a Southwest Tour and you're at Saugus, you better be from Colorado. Well, we'll have to wait and see when they come through the second time. In just a moment, we will have our trophy presentation. And Rick Corelli from Denver in the Hoosier Tire Chevrolet will pick up the trophy and first place. He will win the first main event of the second season of the Southwest Tour. I don't know where you guys are going. There's still a main event. There's a figure eight main. Did I mention that? What? Oh, you're going for another ice cold Miller beer. I see. Okay, well, I just thought I'd check that out. Someone has lost their car key. If it's yours, do let us know. Maybe a long drive home. Someone's wallet. So if you're missing your wallet,
machinery right in front of you. Starting in the 12th row, in the 96 car, that's the Coy's Tire, Wheel, and Quality Metal Products Chevrolet from Golden, Colorado, Mike Opperman. Also in the 12th row, in car 55, the statewide check cashing, Baker Mac Tool Chevrolet from Modesto, Renee Burgess. We move to row number 11. In the 86 car, the Hamm Racing Pontiac from San Juan Capistrano, David Jensen. In the 11th row, in the Bowman Enterprises Chevrolet from Eureka 25, Angelo Marcelli. We move to row number 10 in the D&M Trucking Ford. From Atwater, California, the 37 car Doug George. The P&D Racing Pontiac. Car 15 from Modesto, Paul Doherty Jr. We move to row 9. In the 82 car, in the Schultz Racing Chevrolet from Santa Rosa, Rick Schultz. Also starting the 9th row, in the North Coast Mercantile, New York Seltzer Chevrolet from Eureka 71, Rob Hansen. We move to row number 8. In the 72 car, the Hall Ambulance, Hall Commercial Vehicle Service Chevrolet from Bakersfield, Mike Hood. The 90 car, in the Mighty Auto Parts Chevrolet from Manteca, Ron Stramiska. In the 7th row, in the Atlas Engineering Chevrolet from Bakersfield, California, 74, Mark Reed. And the winner last night at Shasta Speedway, in the G&K Construction Golden State Lumber Pontiac, the B6 from Vacaville, number 20, Lauren Kelly. One of our top rookies in the stick only, Jackson Race Cars, Hooper Marin Pontiac from Palmdale, car 70, Ray Hooper Jr. In the RAO Construction Chevrolet from Eureka 17 car, Randy Olson. In row number 5, our fast qualifier with a new track record in the Wayne Spears Manufacturing Chevrolet, the current point leader for the Southwest Tour from Sepulveda, California, Roman Kalzinski. And starting 9th, right alongside of him, and running second in points in the Taco Bell Thompson Chevrolet Buick Special Products, and a Chevy from Modesto, 93, Troy Beebe. One of the great runners of all time on the West Coast, has short track specials, over 300 career wins. In the Acra Machine Engineering and the Doug Jones Engine Chevrolet from Selmar, California, 5-car Jim Thurkettle. And another legend in racing, in the famous blue, the Walker Racing Chevrolet, Ferndale, California, Jim Walker. In row number 3, in the Pepsi-Cola, Sean Peterson Chevrolet, from Eureka 123, Vince Strong. Number 27, in the Avance Racing Pontiac, from Littleton, Colorado, Roger Avance. We move to row 2 on the outside, starting 4th on the grid. In the number 39 car, he's sponsored by Redline Oil, used body and fender in Pontiac. From Sausalito, California, Ken Peterson. Second row, starting 3rd on the inside. In the number 23 car, the Don Primeller Blue Ribbon Racing Chevrolet from Redding, California, Roger Gannon. Your front row on the outside. In the Primeller Trucking Chevrolet from Bakersfield, a 1987 Southwest Tour Champion 22 car, Mike Chase. And one of our leading rookies in the number 79 car on the pole for a 100 lap in the Repco Racing Enterprises, New Hope Carburetor Pontiac from Palmdale, California, 79, Ron Hornaday Jr. Beautiful. Fill the cars, Dan, and we'll get them locked in. Get them set to go. 100 big ones. We'd like to mention one more time.
Thank you, Gary. Gentlemen, start your engines.
Goosebumps come rising up right now. The Pontiac police car leads them out. Ron Hornaday, Roger Gannon, Mike Chase, Ken Peterson, Roger Avance, Vic Block, Jimmy Walker, all getting started. Vic Block making a rear end change to get ready for this one. Back to the 9th place car, and Troy Beebe in 10th, 75, Roman Kalzinski, and Randy Olson, Ray Hoover Jr., Lauren Kelly, Mark Reed, Ron Mesa, Mike Hood, Rob Hansen, Rick Schultz, Paul Doty Jr., 37, Doug George, 86, Dave Jensen, Angelo Marcelli, 25, Renee Borges, 55, and 96, Mike Opperman. The Pontiac Pace car will be out for 2 laps. He'll go off, they'll get racing ready. Beautiful day as we get set. Now is the time, Dan. Lots of anxious moments. And you call it. Where do we go? We got it down quick. We stay out. Is it too through? We're going to find out in just a few moments. Carburation right, close to sea level after racing at about 900 feet last night in 110-degree temperature. Lots of decisions. Of course, the crew chiefs also help to make that. It's the setup for 100 the way they want it. In place. NASCAR Southwest Tour, the All-American Challenge, the Redwood Acres 100, moments away. RPM's up now. They tack in tight, bumper to bumper, out of full. Let's go. On the outside, Peterson. In the 4th spot, Roger Bennett. Right chase, still no whole shot. He leads as they come out of turn 4.
Gary, we were guessing how many green flag laps we would go before the leaders caught up with the back, and I think if we'd have gone about 1 or 2 more green flag laps, the leaders would have been back to the back. But of course, with this yellow out, that means that Chase in the 22 car, that's going to be an advantage for him because he'll be out there by himself. He won't have traffic in front of him when they go back green. And you can see Troy Beebe has taken a beating on the front end of that 93 car, some body damage here. Let's take a look at the rest of the cars as they go by. Jansen obviously got the worst of that in the 96 car, and he was very lucky he didn't get tagged any more than he did. And Kalzinski in the 75 car, Roman Kalzinski into the pit area. We saw him with some problems and a question mark as to whether he'll be able to make it back out when we get set to go green. Jansen in the 86 car unable to get back underway, so a tough break for Jansen in the 86 car from San Juan Capistrano. His qualifying time, he did make it under 16 seconds. He certainly was competitive out here, but a tough break, and we had cars moving around out there. That problem coming up on lap number 12. And I think the smart racers out here know that this is going to be a long one, and they've got plenty of time to just stay in line and watch things sort out in front of them. We're checking the rest of the cars for any problems.
So we've completed 15 laps. It is not being scored at this time, and Kalzinski cannot work on his car at this time.
And Gary, that's got to be very frustrating for NASCAR officials to come over to the guys and say, hold it guys, you just got to wait until we're ready to go again. Taking a look at our local cars so far, Vic Block and Jim Walker holding their place in line and still holding very well for the Olsen car number 7 race. Of course, you see the Winston Cup cars, they make 5, 6, sometimes 7 pit stops in the big 500-mile races. Normally, these guys ideally would like to run the entire time without making any stops unless something is very drastically wrong on the car.
Dan Norm Hickey, our starter, says one more time we're back to racing. One more time. 14 laps completed. At the green, we'll be working lap 15. 86 laps to go to Redwood Acres 100. Chase An easy brush against the wall that brings out the yellow flag. They did their 28 laps complete. The 5-car, Jim Beerkettle, and the 90-car Ron Skamiska. 1 through 10 unofficially as we complete 26 laps. About a step quicker, and then it goes back to the 4th place car, Roger Gannon, and then Roger Adan in the 5th spot. Rene Borges, 37 they're telling us. Trying to find a spot in the line, and he goes in between 3rd and 4th place. Of the original 24 cars still on the course. The Redwood Acres 100. In the gravel. Those hot tires will pick up any kind of little pebbles, and they try to spread them out, get in late, yard whatsoever, up to speed, chase those games. Right to this. Here's Peterson. Peterson now a little bit loose. Friday, right behind him, puts the pressure on. Chase. Peterson,
too, a problem on the 25 car. Angelo Marcelli losing that motor down the front straightaway, and it looks like we've got a lot of fluid on the front straightaway. And the yellow coming out on lap number 52. Reminder once again, we'll be counting laps, and a tough break for Marcelli in the 25 car. Was really looking forward to a good run out here this afternoon. And the 22 car starting up front has managed to stay out of a lot of trouble. Peterson was right with the stage line with him, 79. And here we go. We'll be looking for the green this time around. On his turn, green 4. There's the green. Peterson on the inside. have debris all over the racetrack. We go yellow. And Chase in the 22 car shows a little bit of body damage on the front end. Somewhere in all that action, Mike Chase from Bakersfield made the move. And the way they're set up right now is Mike Chase and Ben Peterson. But Peterson may be wondering about this situation. How did he lose the lead? And a couple laps to go. Big block in the 123 car out of action. And I believe we're on lap number 87. And if we can get this debris cleared off the track, we'll have probably about a 10 or 11 car sprint to the finish. Once again at the 75 car, out of action.
They're telling us that when all that dust happened then, Chase just stayed right with it, drove on through, got around Peterson. And of course, Holiday had a real problem. He went from second place back to about 5th or 6th. Now also up to challenge position in the 93 car of Troy Beebe. At 3 and 4, the 123 car of Vic Plum. He has major left side damage.
And here we're setting up for a 5-lap sprint to the finish. Boy, you can tell these cars have been through the war. The 17 car Randy owns a lot of sheet metal off of that one. Earlier, Troy Beebe had about the most damaged car that was running, but his car doesn't look so bad right now. Mike Chase showing a lot of experience several laps ago when we finally got to that yellow with debris on the track. Mike showing the experience of just go ahead and drive it just as hard as he could back to the finish line. And Van Peterson in the 39 car is right back where he was many laps ago, second place. Cannon in the 23 car staying right with him. And then the 90 car would be down, I believe, at least one lap. We go back to the 79 car. Out of the car, down to 3 and 4, very frustrated and really got to be disappointed not able to finish this race. He had been staying right with the leaders till he had some problems. Earlier today, they had the rear end go out on the car. He did lose some laps when he was in the pit area.
You've got 5 laps to do it. If you're going to do it, now's the time. There's no time to waste. 5 left for the Redwood Acres 100.
front had some handling problems, possibly a tire situation. Peterson led several laps. And correct me if I'm wrong on this, Gary. I think we only had, what, 2 different cars who led this race. I think it was Mike Chase and Peterson. Mike does have the radio. Several of the cars out here running radios. Crew very excited. And Don Freimiller, very excited man down there. Big smile on his face. And the Freimiller team at first and third place. That's not too bad. You can't get any better than that, except they would have been 1 and 2. And Chase still working on the safety harness. He's got a radio connection. Oh, there's the hat coming out. Interesting to note, Gary, that the last time Mike Chase raced here was 9 years ago, and he won. Out of the car, Mike Chase, Bakersfield, California. And second place, also out of the car, a young man from Sausalito, Ken Peterson. And Ken's got to be pretty thrilled about this one. And Gary, I think that's got to be his best finish ever on the Southwest Tour. And also Roger Gannon getting the congratulations from the crew. And I'm guessing that might be Roger Gannon's best finish.
He had a second in his other car, Dan, and now moving up with that Freimiller team, they have to be very excited. As you can see him down there, a great run. The veteran Mike Chase now back in the hunt for the point championship that he won last year. And right behind him, it shows you how exciting the NASCAR Southwest Tour is. 2 rookie drivers, Ken Peterson out of Sausalito and Roger Gannon from Reading.
And Camille Roberts down for our presentation with our NASCAR officials. Quite a bit of the media down there with photographs, friends from the local.
And here we are to our feature event, the 200 lap October Classic, brought to you by Spears Manufacturing. Here on the back row, the promoter's option from Fraser Park, California, was Dan Press. There's number 64, one of the transfers from the B main, Mark Meach and Ron Stremiska. Number 64, there's Mark Meach and Ron Stremiska. Stremiska from Manteca. In the next row, you'll have number 55, Renee Borges from Modesto, and David Jansen. In the next row, Bush Johnson and Lauren Kelly. There's number 74 now, Bush Johnson from Portland, Oregon, Nutter Racing Chevrolet. And next to him on the inside will be number 20, Lauren Kelly from Vacaville, California, G&K Construction, Golden State Lumber, Pontiac. Number 22 from Bakersfield, Fryer Miller Trucking Incorporated Chevrolet of Mike Chase. And number 0 from Bakersfield, Valley Olds Bud, E.L. Cummings Country Tire and Wheel Chevrolet, Frank Swords. 06, Ray Lawson Jr. from Bowles, Sassfield, San Joaquin Insurance Chevrolet. At number 37, Doug George from Atwater, California, Willie Cooksey Trucking, R&R Concrete Ford. Number 20 from Riverside, California, Trent Shoring and High Tech Engineering, Pontiac of Larry Lord. And from Las Vegas, Nevada, number 96, Doc Faustina, the Faustina Dental Office Chevrolet. In your next row, number 26, Ken Boyd from Valley Balancing and Auto Machine, the Pontiac. And Rebco Racing Enterprises, Newhall Carburetor Pontiac of Ron Hornaday Jr. from Palmdale, California. From Bakersfield, Bob Brown Construction Chevrolet, your driver, Brian Brown. And number 77, from Palmdale, California, Glenn Torra Autotech, Baker Tank, Coors Light Chevrolet of Dennis Dyer. Number 39, Ken Peterson from Redline Oil, Hughes Body Fender. And the Acura Machine and Engineering, Doug Jones Engines, Chevrolet of Jim Thurkettle, 5-time track champion here at Mesa Marin. And your fast qualifiers, number 75, Roman Kalzinski from Spears Manufacturing. And the Taco Bell Thompson Chevrolet, Buick Chevrolet, Troy Beebe from Modesto, California. Currently second place in the NASCAR Southwest Tour points. Number 29, your Trophy Dash winner tonight, Ray Nephew, Class Auto Center, New Baldwin Engineering. And the High Plains drifter himself, Rick Corelli from Denver, Colorado, Hoosier Tire, Trick Gasoline, Port City Race Car Chevrolet. Number 70, Ray Hooper Jr., Stick Only, Jackson Race Cars, Hooper's Rear End, Pontiac. And next to him will be number 28, Gary Collins, the Coors Light, Wax Shop Chevrolet from Bakersfield, California. Number 17, from Eureka, California, RAO Construction Company Incorporated Chevrolet, Randy Olson. And number 98, from El Cajon, California, the Taco Bell Buick, driven tonight by Gary Manlow. In your next row, Dave Bird, number 07, the Foot Racing Enterprises, Faith T&B Plating, Linda's Tortilla Buick. Next to him will be Mark Walbridge from Vancouver, Washington, NFL VCR quarterback Game Buick. That's a new car for Mark Walbridge. On the front row, Jerry Bowers, number 85, Trick Racing Gas, Hoosier Tire Pontiac. And your pole tonight in the 200-lap feature, number 175, the Spears Manufacturing Chevrolet, driven tonight by Bill Sedgwick from Van Nuys, California. What a lineup, a super lineup. The 200-lap feature here at Mesa Marin for the 12th annual October Classic. We've got a couple track champions, a 5-time track champion of Jim Thurkettle, a track champion of Gary Collins from Bakersfield, who won the October Classic and clinching the track champion on the same year. Jim Thurkettle has done the same thing over and over again. Yeah, Bill Sedgwick will bring him out of turn number 4. Next to him, Jerry Bowers, one of the few Northwest Tour cars from Meridian, Idaho, Trick Racing Gas, Hoosier Tire Pontiac. The motors rev up. We could be seeing a green on this one. These guys are really excited to go for a 200 lap. Out of turn number 4, Bill Sedgwick from Van Nuys, California, brings them on down for the green flag. Our starter tonight, Norm Hickey. It's over 70 cars trying to get in this race alone. And we come down to just 31 cars for the feature. It'll be Jerry Bowers leading him out of lap number 1. He'll be your first leader here in the October Classic, brought to you by Spears Manufacturing. Behind him, Bill Sedgwick. You talk about having the field covered. You had a Spears Manufacturing Chevrolet on the front row, and then you had a Spears Manufacturing Chevrolet, your fast qualifier. So the Spears people covering all bases here on the races they had sponsored. It's one of the few races they sponsor here. And yeah, we have a smoker early out there. We'll try to get a number. He goes way to the outside at this point. It's number 29, Ray Neville, the man who won the trophy dash, the new car, the man from Buena Park, the Class Auto Center. Chevrolet is out of the race, gone into the pit area at this point. There's a look at Roman Kalzinski and Mark Walbridge from Vancouver, Washington. Another Northwest Tour car, only 3. And behind him is number 17 from Eureka, California, Randy Olson, RAO Construction Company, Incorporated Chevrolet. And so, we go into the early laps here at Mesa Marin for your 200-lap feature. All cars except the one of Ray Neville, and we're keeping tabs on Ray Neville, see if he will get back into the program. But this has to cost him some serious lap time at this point. Roman Kalzinski, actually that's Bill Sedgwick, and number 70 is Ray Hooper Jr. The strategy in the early part of the race, as we talked to a lot of the drivers, was to mind your own business, more or less, as we look at Dave Bird and Roman Kalzinski. That Chevrolet of Roman really is working well. And again, talking to the drivers earlier, it was more or less mind your business for the first 120, 30 laps, get that pit stop at lap 100, and then after that, go to some serious racing. But it never does quite pan out that way. I really don't believe it. They try to hit a strategy, but they get out there, and the cars are really working well. Again, the fast qualifying time was Roman Kalzinski with 18.630. The slowest time on the sheet was 20.489. Not a bad spread from there. As Kalzinski really working on the 07 car of Dave Bird. See the two Spears Manufacturing cars back to back there. There's Bill Sedgwick, who does work on the cars and drives them from time to time, and of course he's in that one there. The man started on the pole, and of course Kalzinski. Now there is a race within a race at this point. There is number 93, Troy Beebe, who is currently in second place points in the Southwest Tour, and in front of him is Gary Bantley, his backup car. But Troy Beebe with 2,553 points going into tonight's race, and Roman Kalzinski with 2,555 points. So it's 2 points that separate them from the overall track champion. Of course, now there's one more race. It'll be in Phoenix in conjunction with the first inaugural Winston Cup race at the Phoenix International Raceway. And most drivers feel, especially Troy and Roman, feel that it will go to Phoenix no champion will be crowned here tonight for the Southwest Tour. But with that spread being so close, Mike Chase in third place from Bakersfield, the number 22 car, and he does still have an outside chance to win the overall. And there is an outside chance, and so we can't rule him out as he just goes whizzing by the front straightaway. Great speed shots from our cameras here from RS Video. Another race is going on within the race here at this point as we look at Jerry Bowers. Jerry Bowers is a fine contender anytime he gets on the track. A man from Meridian, Idaho, and we've seen him down here on a couple occasions and over in Phoenix, and he always has a strong car. That's that Frick Racing gas Hoosier Tire Pontiac of Jerry Bowers from Meridian, Idaho, as he throws a little sparks in Bill Sedgwick's face, more or less. The other race going on is the Glendora Autotech Rookie of the Year Challenge, and that battle is between Ron Hornaday Jr. and Ken Peterson. Ken Peterson winning the last big race here at Mesa Marin, and his first ever Southwest Tour. He was very happy about that. And we talked to him earlier. You saw the interview earlier on our tape. But Ron Hornaday Jr. also in this race as well. So there's another battle for a lot of money for the Glendora Autotech Rookie of the Year. Great shot of the two Taco Bell Thompson Chevrolet Buicks. Gary Manlow in the 93, and of course Corey Beebe in the familiar number 98. Jim Thurkettle, Dennis Dyer, Larry Lord, and there is the Ron Hornaday Jr. car of number 79. The Revco Racing Enterprises Newhall Carburetor Pontiac, and these guys really work on. Larry Lord, number 12 from Riverside, California, is a man that does it pretty much on his own. It's a low-budget team, as we talked to him earlier, and you saw the interview, and he said it's not an unlikely story on the track. There's a lot of teams, most teams are like this. There's maybe 4 or 5 that have enough money to sustain them for the entire season. Most of them scrimp and save and borrow and beg for the money throughout the season, as we see number 70 Ray Hooper Jr. and Dave Bird go side by side in turn number 1. In front of him is Doc Faustina, slower traffic, and Mark Walbert, number 107. There's Ken Peterson now getting into the picture, number 39. But Larry Lord is a man that saves the car. He works really well. Made that big gamble. He didn't quite explain what the big gamble was. He had a car that was really working in the August race here at Mesa Marin, and the McGreary dealership said, let me put some McGreary tires on this car. I think you'll do well. I think you'll like them. It was a big gamble. Not too many cars, if any at all, were running the McGreary tires, and he did. He did an excellent job saving the car, and was up there, I believe, in the top 5. So Larry Lord is a man that takes the gamble and does really well in the long races. And again, the dark horse, yes, we will not rule him out. He could be the man sitting in that Mesa Marin winner's circle a little later on this evening. A lot of laps still to go at this point. Tight action turns 1 and 2. Great action on turns 1 and 2. Ken Peterson really putting the moves on. It was quite surprising, not so much for Ken Peterson, of course, but a lot of cars are trying to make that move to the front early here. There's a good look at the number 28 car of, of course, Gary Collins from Bakersfield. The Coors Light Wax Shop Chevrolet. The Taco Bell cars getting around the slower traffic on the outside. Ray Hooper on the outside. Number 6, Rick Pirelli. And behind him is the 5-time track champion, Jim Thurkettle. Jim Thurkettle racing tonight with a heavy heart. His car owner, Red Meacham, in the hospital after a serious operation down in Los Angeles. This is about the only time you will not see him on a track, is when he's strapped down in that hospital bed. And I had to imagine they probably held him down most of the day because he probably wanted to get up and come here to Bakersfield and see Jim Thurkettle race and see the rest of the race as well. So Jim Thurkel really running hard for a lot of reasons here tonight, and that's especially one of them. And I know he misses his good friend, and he's a good friend of all, Red Meacham, who is again recovering from a serious operation down in Los Angeles. 127, Brian Brown from Bakersfield, the Bob Brown Construction Chevrolet. And in front of him, number 17, a fine young driver out there of Randy Olson from Eureka, California. And we can't count how many times we've seen him down here at Mesa Marin. There's a shot of the crowd. Again, there is not an empty seat in the house. Standing room only on top. These people really have come out well for this October Classic. Your leader, again, number 85, is Jerry Ballard from Meridian, Idaho. And that's got to be him right there. Behind him is Bill Sedgwick and Roman Kaczynski. There's the 175 car, Bill Sedgwick. And behind him was Roman Kaczynski. We talked to a lot of the drivers before the race and throughout the weekend. It's something we really enjoy doing as commentators, seeing how the drivers feel. And a lot of them felt that, you know, they leave the points behind them during the racing season. When they come to the track, points are the last thing on their mind. But I really feel that Troy Beebe and Roman Kaczynski brought them to the track tonight, and they know what they have to do. Roman has to stay out of trouble, first of all. If Roman had an unfortunate accident at this point, it would almost, it would go to Phoenix, but it would give Troy Beebe a tremendous lift and a tremendous edge going into Phoenix at TIR for the Olympia Cup weekend, and of course the race on the Saturday is the Southwest Tour, their final race of the year. Throughout the weekend, as we look at number 90, Ron Stremiska, a unique story as he transferred from the C to the B to the A. Gary Collins, Dave Bird. The NASCAR people have fed us continuous information throughout the weekend. Again, Bird and Collins. You see a little tire marks there on Dave Bird there on the left quarter panel as Gary Collins moves on the inside of Dave Bird. And so Dave Bird might have a small problem there, or maybe he's cooling down the tires. It's hard to say at this point. But NASCAR doing a super job feeding us information and keeping us abreast of everything that goes on the track throughout the weekend. Ken Clapp and his wife Jackie, the Vice President of the Western Operations for NASCAR, is with us this weekend. Jack Buchanan and his wife Elsie, the chief scorer. Jack is an amazing man with a great computer over there. And oh, trouble in turn number 4. Number 77 is Dennis Dyer out of turn number 4. He is going to loop. He saved it from the wall. So Dennis Dyer, a good chance he'll be back into the competition and may possibly not even losing a lap if he got fired back up and got ready to go. Looks like we're going back to green here for the A feature, the 200-lap Spears Manufacturing October Classic. Some of the other drivers, as we watch the green flag fall, and the drivers going hard in turn number 1. Owen Kearns, of course, this is the man that really puts it all together, and his wife, Kathy, the Director of Administration and the Public Relations. And Tim Butterick, the Registrar, Race Director, Chief Technician, Inspector, Steve Turnbull, and, of course, our starter tonight, Norm Hickey, who's done a great job here throughout the weekend. Last year's track champion, or Southwest Tour track champion, the number 22 car, the Fry Miller Trucking sponsored car, and Mike Chase. He's had a tough year, and he's done a good job just to bring it back into 3rd place with that outside chance. Okay, don't rule him out. An outside chance to take it again back to back. And that'd be quite a feat coming from the serious endeavors he did through 1988, come back to 3rd, and then take it away from Roman Kaczynski and Troy Beebe, of all people, who have been substantially strong through the 1988 season. Troy Beebe, who had the points early in the year and decided to do a little R&D on the Buick V6 and fell back a few points, decided to go back to the standby. Of course, Buick in the V6, a strong part of Troy Beebe's racing through the latter part of the 88 season, and of course will be a big part in the 1989 season. But he experimented with that for a while, and he lost us some points. Roman finally getting around him and taking the lead away from him. And of course, Troy Beebe not really a major concern. He knows what he has to do out there. And of course, Troy Beebe is known for his coolness on the track and his business-like performance on the track as well. He's in his office now. He's working very well. Troy Beebe out there, and again, he's up there in the front five. In fact, he's still, I think, hanging around the number 98 car, Gary Manlow, to see how well that runs. Gary Manlow back in the car. He drove it down in orange and did quite well. And they didn't know what they thought they'd just bring the backup cars up here and see which one worked the best, which was there just in case Troy needed it. At the last minute, they decided to call Gary Manlow and to drive it. A challenge for the lead of Roman Galzinski and Jerry Bowers. Galzinski down low. They make a little contact up there, a little bumping going out of turn 3. Now turn 4. Galzinski has that low line, but Bowers on the outside will hang on to it for this lap. Roman may be pushing him to see just how fast that car can really go. Jerry Bowers qualifying at 19.025. Galzinski and Bill Sedgwick. That's a nice picture for Spears Manufacturing. If you're a fan of Spears Manufacturing or Galzinski or Sedgwick, boy, you got to be really happy with that performance. Again, Sedgwick starting on the pole, and Roman Galzinski, number 75, setting fast time. So they had the field pretty much covered here this weekend. Behind him, the number 28 car of Gary Collins. And this is on the front five. Gary Collins peeking on the inside of Bill Sedgwick. Ken Peterson behind Gary Collins, and there is Troy Beebe in the picture. Folks, that's your front five, front six at this point, and they're all running very strong. Earlier, we had a chance to talk with your Southwest Tour points leaders, Roman Galzinski, and ask him how tough the year was for him here in 1988.
Well, it's had its ups and downs, but, you know, I've got an awful good car, awful good sponsor. I've got a crew that has just done one heck of a job here. You know, I can't ask for anything more. Anytime they drop the green, I know the car's capable of winning, then it's up to me.
Southwest Tour, and almost the leader here is this one man in front of him, Jerry Bowers from Meridian, Idaho. Number 85, the Trip Racing Gas, who's retired Pontiac. And this has been going on for several laps at this point. And behind him, it's Alfretti pitcher, Bill Sedgwick, there for the overall third position in the early going of the 200-lap event. Ken Peterson, see, look at Ken Peterson. Ken Peterson is a unique story. The man that against won here in August. That was the race that Rusty Wallace and Harry Gibb came in. That was the winner there. His first win ever in the Southwest Tour, a stock car for that matter. And he kind of changed the crew and got a car that really works well up the front. And he's showing it here tonight. Troy Beebe now in front of his other backup car, Gary Manlow. And then behind him, Larry Lord from Riverside, California. And I gotta believe that's Dave Bird. No, that could be number 29. Number 25, Dan Press, the Sierra Malden Engineering Cruiser Tire Chevrolet from Fraser Park, California. The man who had trouble, I think he dropped a clutch during qualifying, so not qualifying, no time for him. The promoters decided to put him into tonight's feature, and it was a very good choice, in my opinion, for the simple fact that Dan Press is a fine competitor. He has a car there that really works well, and he has proven himself time and time again. Of course, we used to see a lot of him down at Saugus, which does race on a normal basis. His home track, of course, Saugus. And it's very rare that we see him up here at Mesa Marin, but it is awfully good. He changed his color from black to yellow here for tonight's race. Trouble in turn number 2. That's Ken Peterson sliding out there. And another car. They're both there on the lap, and I got to believe Larry Lord and Troy Beebe making a little contact out there. Not much at this point. Ken Peterson, there he's number 39, has got to cut right rear tire as he goes into the pit. This will cost Ken Peterson. It could cost him the race at this point, as again, no yellow at this point. He's got it having it turn number 2. The other car is on its own at this point, still out on the track. And Roman Galzinski now making a move on Jerry Bowers. Well, contact at turn number 3. Roman Kozinski and Jerry Bauer. Oh, and Jerry Collins did a fantastic job missing the number 85 Northwest Tour car, Jerry Bauer, here in that turn. To the yellow we go. You see some damage here on Larry Lord's front end. And apparently that was more serious damage than we thought. Troy Beebe in the pits. You see the rear bumper of his messed up, or it's wrecked pretty good. Jim Thurkettle also in the pits at this point, getting a change of tires and some gasoline. So we're going back to green with Roman Kozinski, your new leader. Larry Lord still in the race. You saw just a glimpse of him out of turn 2. Bill Sedgwick, Gary Collins, and I gotta believe that's Gary Manlow there in the 4th slot. There's another good-looking Randy Olson, and you got to be impressed by this fine man from Eureka, California. He was in the hunt. He is down, not down a lap. I don't really know if he's down a lap. I doubt if he is, but he is not up in the front. About mid-pack for this man right this point. Randy Olson. But he has really put on some fine performances here. Of course, doing quite well qualifying for this A feature. Again, over 70 cars trying to qualify. And you put it in the A feature, then right to the 200-lap feature. You've really done something this weekend, and he's done a great job here. And in the past races that we've seen him here at Mesa Marin, he's always been one of those guys that always there haunting you to take that lead away. Randy Olson from Eureka, California. Behind. So the picture just got prettier for Spears Manufacturing. And you got to be impressed. You think those two cars are built evenly? Yes. That's not a bad backup car for Roman Kozinski. Gary Collins taking another peek at a turn number 3. Looks like he really works well in the turn. He's not quite, doesn't have a top end as he goes into turn 3. Can't quite make the pass. Those 3 Chevrolets are running identical. Collins once again working on for Bill Sedgwick. 175. Collins right underneath the bumper of Bill Sedgwick. And it was a classic example that those cars evenly matched. Collins could not make a pass, could not even set it up out of turn 2 to pass Bill Sedgwick. Of course, where are you going to go? There's not a big space between Kozinski and Sedgwick as he tries it one more time again, but not, it's to no avail. He will not go. This time he squeezes under turn number 4, and looks like it's going to be a side-by-side duel for second place. Gary Manlow, best seat in the house on that pass as he sits quietly in turn number 4th place, and Collins now puts his number 28 Coors Light Wax Shop Chevrolet into second place. I got to believe this is not the way Roman wanted to go out and compete in this race. I think he might want to wait around about lap 150 before he went out there and ran hard, but Collins is pushing him at this point. I think Gary Collins wants to see exactly how strong the number 75 Chevrolet is of Roman Kozinski and see what he'll have in store for him a little later on as we come to the closing laps of our 200-lap feature. And I'm sure Roman didn't really want to lead so early in the race. Well, let's look at Troy Beebe, and he was in the pits for a long time with the fuselage problem. I guess that little tap that Larry Lord, when Lord and Beebe made contact out of turn 2, was more serious than we had thought up here in the tower. And Troy Beebe sat in there for about 17 laps. He's 17 laps down. And right now you've got a feel for Troy Beebe, because that really took the air out of that Southwest Tour Championship at this point. At least for most drivers it would. We asked Troy Beebe earlier, how important is the Southwest Tour Championship?
The points championship for the Southwest Tour is getting to be a pretty prestigious thing on the West Coast, and I feel it's a good stepping stone for my racing career. So it's pretty important to me, this points championship. We're all trying real hard and presenting a good team and stuff to try and to get this points title. We're all optimistic, and we hope we come out on top.
Well, Troy Beebe will have a tough go of it here today, and it will not be cinched here, as we're looking at Dave Bird and the 127 car of Brian Brown here from Bakersfield. Troy Beebe, who is at this point 17 laps down, will try to make it back, and I know exactly what went on in that pit. He probably sat calmly and coolly in the driver's seat until they fixed the fuselage problem. There's a young man really set to go racing in 1988 and 1989 for that matter. A man with some good backing behind him. I don't know about financially, but some good family and friends that helped the number 127 car of Brian Brown out. It is the Bob Brown Construction Chevrolet. Jim Thurkettle, a familiar number, a familiar name, and a familiar face here at Mesa, Marin. And behind him, Dave Bird, who has been awfully close to win some 200-lap events, and of course I got to believe, if memory serves me right, he was the last track champion, Mesa Marin track champion in this division when it was held. You know, of course now they run normally the street stocks and the sportsman divisions on their Saturday nights. Well, that's what's up for grabs at this point. First and second place, Roman Kalzinski, the Spears Manufacturing Chevrolet, and the Coors Light Wax Shop Chevrolet of Gary Collins there for second place, and they have been this for the last 10 or 12 laps. The cars evenly match at this point, and maybe someone is not showing their complete hand. I think that's what they'll be trying to dispose of here in the latter laps as they pass number 96, Doc Faustino from Las Vegas, Nevada. And in front of him at this point is the Zero car of Frank Soares, Valley Olds, Budweiser, Rio Cummings Country Tire Mill Chevrolet. Backpack action. You see number 20, Lauren Kelly. You see number 90, Ron Tremiska, the man in that flaming pink, and quite an amazing story, transferring all the way from the C main into the A main. This man will make a lot of money this weekend, but he's had to work hard for it, believe me. He had to work real hard for it. Number 5, Jim Thurkettle. Number 37, that's Doug Gordon from Atwater, California. The Willie Cookson Trucking R&R Concrete Ford in front of them all at this point. Some of the other stats, the leading money winners in this and starts, Mike Chase with 41, Ron Esau with 34, Roman Kalzinski with 47. They give several contingencies out throughout the year, and of course one is the the Tilton Tough Guy standings. And of course, Roman Koziski, this is the man who has competed in the most laps in the Southwest Tour. And of course, who else but Roman Koziski is up on front there with 1,466 laps out of 1,552. Roman very consistent in his career top 5 finishes. The leader in that is Roman Koziski. In the career top 10 finishes, the leader in that is Roman Koziski. Career victories, there's only one man in front of him. That is Mike Chase with 10. Roman Koziski with 8. Career fast time, Roman sits in 4th overall. In front of him, Dan Press. There's a twice modified track champion down in Saugus, Ron Eson Corbibi. And of course, the winning car manufacturer, Chevrolet, who has won 42 of the 47 races that they have scheduled or kept that stat with. The Chevrolet, and that's exactly what Roman Koziski is in at this point. So a lot of stats confirm that this man could win the race, much less than win the championship. And I know that he saw Troy Beebe go into the pits and stay there forever, or at least 10 laps down. The official word is 17. So Roman knows that he has to drive a smart race and not get in any trouble at this point. And he will really pull all stops out on the points battle. And at the end of the year, as it comes down just to this race and of course the race in Phoenix, that is what it's all about at this point. They would like to win the race, but Roman more or less would like to put up a lot of points in the Southwest Tour and go into Phoenix with a comfortable lead. No change, although the cars behind him are doing a great job driving. I sat back and watched it. There's Ray Hooper Jr. still in the picture. Ron Stramiska, we've talked a lot about him. There's the number 86 car, the number 66 car. That's David Jansen from San Juan Capistrano, the Hamlin Racing Pontiac, who is still on the track at this point. Not as many yellows as we predicted at this point. A lot of the drivers who got into trouble early made a great effort to get off of the track or go into the pits or get it pointed in the right direction and keep going. Only 2 motors have had any problems whatsoever. And that was Ray Nebu, one of the early entries going out of tonight's race. There's Jansen one more time, and Dan Press, again, the man who started on the back position, 31st, and a promoter's off because of the clutch problem he had during qualifying. It snapped, it went clean off, and no place to go. Gary Manlow, who is driving a very smart race, so really can't rule that man out, although we don't know much about him. Gary Manlow, who is driving the number 98 Taco Bell Thompson Chevrolet. And, of course, Mike Chase in the Prime Miller Trucking sponsored car. Prime Miller Trucking, they have 2 cars as well. They have a V6 and a V8. What exactly Mike Chase is in at this point, I really don't know. I really wouldn't care to speculate at this point. They test both of them throughout the weekend, and they find which one is working the best that particular weekend, and that's when Mike Chase will be in. Number 20 was Lauren Kelly. That's one of the V6s. He is really on a hot streak at this point. So he passed Stramiska and the other car out of turn 2 very quickly. Number 20. Lauren Kelly from Vacaville, California. The G&K Construction Golden State Lumber Pontiac. Working very good. And of course, there's in front of it at this point, or behind Ron Stramiska, number 90, is number 79, Ron Hornaday Jr. from Palmdale, California, the Repco Racing Enterprises Newhall Carburetor Pontiac. And of course, now he is running for this race, and of course, Rookie of the Year. Is the man that he is working with on that fifth battle is Ken Peterson. Battle for the lead. Jerry Bowers and Gary Collins. Collins is your new leader. The man who should know his way around this track. Gary Collins, the Coors Light Wax Shop Chevrolet takes it away. Roman Koziski in the hunt. He's really been in the thick of things. It shows how consistent that car really is. It worked well during qualifying. You're a fast qualifier for this weekend, and it's working smoothly. Of course, qualifying fast and running 200 laps is night and day. It's such a different situation. And to get a car to work well, qualify well, and then turn around and run 200 laps, where the crew has to be proud here in the Spears manufacturing pits. Gary Collins, in the meanwhile, he's got a great crew that's helped him out for the last couple of years, and they got to be happy with what's going on in his camp at this point. A lot of the cars throughout this race, as we talked about earlier, will hold back. They'll hold back and not tear up the car until lap 150, and then it's anyone's race at that point. They will really let the cars loose and run it to the limit. Some will show a little strength at this point, decide they want to move up, maybe lead the race. Gary Collins has been strong all night. He is the leader at this point. Ron Hornaday and Dave Bird. Jim Thurkettle, number 5. Man who was really a chair for many, many years. He had a tough go of it this year. And, of course, right after the fire in his trailer on the way home from the Northern California track, I-5, the tractor trailer catching fire and burning all his records, his spare motors, a lot of spare parts. Since then, it's been a tough go for Jim. Don't rule him out. He could be your winner here tonight as well. Number 5. He's not in a strong early effort this year, finishing second at Shasta Speedway, but missed the middle half of 1987. And again, that fire really took a lot out of the team, and of course, financially, it's devastating. He's a 6-time modified stock car champion, base selection. He's a 5-time track champion. His best finish in 1987 was a second here on the Southwest Tour. But these guys have done a little bit better in 1988. Gary Collins and Roman Kaczynski. Kaczynski, who is, he knows what it's like to be in this position. He has been twice a bridesmaid in the overall Southwest Tour. Second place, gotta hurt when you know that you were so close to first. He wants to get that Southwest Tour title here all right. In fact, he just took the lead away from Gary Collins at this point. He is a former Saugus Speedway modified champion and the 1987 NASCAR West Rookie of the Year. And he's got one of the best tour records with 5 wins, one of them on a road course. Not only a great car, great team, the man is diversified, to say the least. Roman Kaczynski. And he has been the story here in our 200-lap feature as he's been the man most consistently up in front. You see Larry Lord and Jim Thurkettle, and there's Troy Beebe, who is his laps down after that fuselage problem. And the car seems to work well at this point, but 17 laps is impossible to make up. He is running for points at this point. He is running for points, and of course an unfortunate, untimely demise of Roman Kaczynski off the track would change the matter dramatically. And Troy knows this, knows what he's going to do, as he comes hard with Jim Thurkettle and Larry Lord, number 12, the man from Riverside, California. No superstitious in his pit, the green and white car. There he is, number 12, Larry Lord. These are the two cars that tangled on no fault of any driver. It was a spin in turn number 2. Corby was slowing down, trying to miss the traffic, and Lord just not seeing it, and coming up behind him with a slight tap. It was hard to believe that some substantial damage had happened to the two cars. Larry Lord's front end, the sheet metal, and some of the grill work was missing. They had to pull it off. There's another look at Jerry Bowers, the man who started on the front row, along with number 26, Kenny Boyd, Ceres, California, the Valley Balancing and Auto Machine Pontiac of Ken Boyd. point of the game. I was just sitting back and watching Kaczynski and Collins work their way through traffic. They're doing the same thing at this point. Just unbelievable. You saw Kaczynski take the inside road and Gary Collins taking the outside road. Down the back straightaway. I had to believe at this point. Oh, just as I was just going to say something, the engine goes on Gary Collins. And look what he does. He pulls it to the grass area very quickly, not to spread oil in turn 1. So it looks like the yellow Roman Kaczynski. This is the stop they all are looking for here, to change the tires, get some gas, and to go the rest of the distance here at the October Classic. Dan Press is in, the man is started 31st, who is silently but quickly moving up to the front 10. Collins is, of course, he's on the back of the fence. And there he is out now. NASCAR has told us that it's a power steering hose that went out and not the engine. So a great surprise, but it's going to be a tough job for Gary Collins to move that thing around without power steering. You talk about a workhorse. He'll have to become one to complete the end of this race. I don't know if Collins can continue on. It'll take Bruce Strange to maneuver that car through the rest of the race. So it's going to be number 22. Mike Chase out for the lead as we go back to green. In second place will be, oh, look at the number again. I got to believe it's Lauren Kelly, and it is. Lauren Kelly, number 20, the G&K Construction Golden State Lumber Pontiac, out there in front. Behind Kelly, you see Dave Byrd, Jerry Bowers. This is not officially not in that order as far as placement goes. And then Gary Manlow still up in the front now. He is still in the lead lap. Gary Manlow, number 98. And of course, I think maybe for a split second, Troy Beebe was wondering where his backup car was. And then he looked at the track, and Gary Manlow did a beautiful job. And of course, no way they could pull him off at this point. As Kaczynski comes back on and challenging Mike Chase for the lead. So Roman Kaczynski comes back strong into that pit stop from the back and to the front in just a few laps. Again, back in front, Roman Kaczynski, number 75. The Spears Manufacturing Chevrolet takes the lead away from Mike Chase. But back to the number 98 car of Gary Manlow. I've got to tell you, this guy is impressive so far. He has been up in the front as much as Roman Kaczynski has. We've got a couple V6s side by side. Mike Chase and Lauren Kelly. There was contact out of turn number 2. And Gary Manlow says, well, I'm going to get out of there. Manlow dragging something, nothing serious, I'm sure, or NASCAR would have pulled him in to take a look at it. It looks like a little bit of fender or sheet metal. Seems to be gone. No, there it is. You can see it again. He's had a slight contact with another car, and now he is putting the pressure on Mike Chase. We keep going back to the front there with Kaczynski and Chase and again Gary Manlow, but we go back a little bit further like this. You have Lauren Kelly, you have Jim Thirdkettle, you have Larry Lord, Dave Byrd. A lot of cars out there that are still running strong, and it would be hard to pick a winner at this point. If you gave us some consistency, of course, Roman would be the man, no doubt about it. But I'm telling you what, there's still a lot of cars out there, and again, this has probably been the smoothest races we've seen in a long time here at Mesa Marin. Not a whole lot of yellows, not a whole lot of accidents. I think the accidents were caused just by cut tires, Ken Peterson especially, out of turn 2, and that's when him and other cars tangled, and Larry Lord and Troy Beebe made that contact, which took Beebe into the pits again. Not a hard hit, but dislodged the fuselage, and then dropped Troy Beebe down 17 laps. That's Gary Collins, and he has got to really fight that steering wheel. No power steering that car. He makes contact with Lauren Kelly, number 20. And Dave Byrd has to really put on the binders to miss him. And number 37, Doug George from Atwater, California. So more pit stops coming your way. Mike Chase rolls down pit lane along with number 28, Gary Collins. As Lauren Kelly, the man in the other V6, only one of the 3 cars from the Northwest Tour here this weekend. Gary Collins getting some fresh rubber, a little bit of gas to sustain him, and I know he really liked his brake again. No power steering in the car. I can't emphasize how hard it would be to drive one of these things without the power steering. Roman Kozinski back in there, and we're back to green. There's your new leader now, Gary Manlow. Behind him there's Lauren Kelly back on the track. I don't know if he's a lap down or not. We'll have to check NASCAR and find out. And right in the hunt, here he comes, the man in red, your 5-time track champion from Mesa, Marin, Jim Third-Kettle. And beside him is an old comrade of his, Dan Press. And these guys have met on several different occasions in several different directions at several tracks. And it's going to be Dan Press as Third-Kettle has the slower traffic of Lauren Kelly to try to get around. He can't do it on the inside, and Dan Press had the right line to get around Lauren Kelly, number 20. So Dan Press up there in the front at this point. This is a man that has worked himself from 31st position. A valiant effort by Dan Press. He has really come onto his own here, and I think he is the man that had the strategy to wait to the lap 150 and go race it, and I think he has done that at this point. Gary Manlow out in front again. We talked about dark horses and Larry Lord and things like that. That's a dark horse right there, folks. That's a man that no one would have ever picked to win here. No, I don't think he's ever won a tour race. I don't think he's won one at all. Mike Chase there to hunt, Gary Collins, Frank Sword. With Dan Press, who's up there, we will not rule him out because he is a cagey veteran and he knows what he has to do to win, and he came here just for that one thing, is to come out here and win. That's a twice Saugus Modified Stock Car champion. He has a new car owner, Don Johnson, from 1988. Press did everything but win a Southwest Tour race in 1987, scoring 4 second-place finishes. We have just sat back and watched Gary Collins take a lap around the track as he passes a lot of cars. No power steering. Oh, he is going to be a tired young man when he steps out of his office here a little later on. He's going to the inside of Larry Lord, for heaven's sakes. Larry Lord, this is no slouch. This is a man that's really hard to get around with, especially with a car that's working at 100%. Although we earlier reported that it was the engine that blew, the way it erupted out of turn 4 for Gary Collins. It looked just like, for sure, he had dropped the cylinder or dropped the valve, and then all of a sudden the whole thing went blew. But I think Gary Collins would take no power steering to still be in the race than a blown engine. Gary Manlow still out in front. A dark horse out in front here, the 12th annual October Classic. First and second. I got to believe that's Dan Press right behind him. And look at that cagey veteran coming right up on him. Now for Manlow, who is your leader just then? There's Press whizzing right behind a great speed shot here from Mara's video. Manlow has got to be listening to the car. This is a car that he is not familiar with. He has been in it once before, I got to believe, down in San Diego or Orange Hill. And of course the car well prepared by Alan Beebe and his fine crew down there who's been together for a couple of years. But at this point. Again, he is listening to the car creak, moan, and groan, wanting to quit. And he keeps on going as he passes number 90, runs for Michigan. Dan Press right there with it. In fact, Press has closed up the gap between first and second very quickly. Dan Press not holding anything back at this point. The machinist from Fraser Park, California, wants to take the win home from 31st to first. Another amazing story, and I think that would be the title in the paper if you read it tomorrow morning. Amazing stories at Mesa, Marin. Dan Press is one of them. Gary Manlow's another leading this race. And, of course, Ron Stramiska coming from the C main to the A main after slapping the wall in the qualifying in turn 4. Amazing stories in Mesa, Marin here at the 12th Annual October Classic. Of course, you couldn't pick a finer facility to hold this in. The showplace of the West, you better believe it is. And, of course, the promoters, Marion and Frank Collins, making us feel right at home as usual. As we watch Chase going underneath, it's going underneath the Ron Stramiska. He seems to be in the picture no matter where you put the camera. He's always out there running hard. Lauren Kelly in front of Mike Chase. There's a man that should have a broken heart, but I know he's running as hard as he can. Troy Beebe, 17 laps down because of fuselage problems, because of the contact made with that man, Larry Lord. Just about that position there. Slight contact. Hard to believe that they dismounted the fuselage with that slight contact. But Troy Beebe still running hard for the points. Running for the points. He could have pulled it in and parked it. He knew he was out of the race. He couldn't win. There's no way possible. But he went on for the points. And again, a very cool and collected young man when he steps into his office on a Saturday night on any given track. Troy Beebe. Another amazing story out on the track. And of course, another amazing story with Roman Kaczynski, Mr. Consistency, who is your leader in the Southwest Tour, as you all know by now, and of course, who's probably led more laps than anyone here tonight. We got a yellow, and that's the reason why. It looks like Frank Swords, and it is. The zero car of Frank Swords spinning high on the outside in turn number 1. And we're back to green after the zero car of Frank Swords backed it into turn number 1 as Gary Manlow and Dan Press. First and second place. And I still see the little tail that Gary Manlow has grown over the earlier laps. Actually, it's a piece of bumper dragging. No real concern at this point. Jim Thurkettle, there's Gary Collins. You know, we go back to the amazing stories. There's another one. Man who's driving this thing without power steering. It's really a workhorse. And Jim Thurkettle running his heart out for Red Meacham, the man who is not with him. The car owner is not with him tonight as he sits in a hospital bed after some serious surgery. And then the driver's Troy Beebe. There's number 86 Jansen at this point. Jim Thurkettle and Jerry Bowers putting up a good tussle out of turn 4. Jim Thurkettle takes it down the outside. And he passes number 85 from Meridian, Idaho, Jerry Bowers. The attrition rate has not been high on this race tonight. We haven't had a lot of cars go in because of substantial damage. We've had a couple of engines blown and a couple cars spinning out, and that really is it. Most of the cars are still out racing. It's been almost a yellow-free race. And the ones we like to see here, especially, is you see Troy Beebe. That was one of the yellows that came out. He was involved in that. Back to the fuselage problem, sitting in the pit area for quite some time, getting back off in the car, running just as quick as it ever has, although he has never made it to the front to take even one lap away from himself. And back to, here comes Jerry Bowers right back on Jim Thurkettle. Jerry Bowers is not a man to just give up and let that position go by, especially so early, so late into the race. And he goes on the inside and takes his position away from Jim Thurkettle. And that's Troy Beebe and Roman Kalzinski, I gotta believe, number 75, who I don't believe was contact made, but Kalzinski was had to put on the bind a little bit and get out of the way of the man who was in front of him, Troy Beebe. And they are in front of, in back of some other traffic. And I really wouldn't say slower traffic at this point. That's Jim Thurkettle, for heaven's sakes. And he has been strong all night long. So a lot of cars coming back to life here in the final stages of the Mesa Marin October Classic. Dave Sullivan along with RS Video. Pleasure to be back here. It's always nice to come back here to this great complex of Mesa Marin. The thing we like most about it, of course, is your pit lane. The opportunity for the spectators and us up here in the tower to see the pit stops as they work. Most tracks don't even have a pit lane. If they have a race that is over 100 laps or 100 laps, they may stop and let the drivers get fuel and come back on the track on the same grid. A lot of different situations. Not here at Mesa Marin. You have a chance to make the pit stop, which is quite very familiar with the Winston Cup races we see, and of course the Grand National races we see so much on TV, right here in this beautiful town of Bakersfield. And of course there has been occasion throughout the year. I think they've had 2 or 3 Winston West shows here at Mesa Marin. In fact, they have them back-to-back at Southwest Tour on Saturday night, turn around on Sunday and have a Winston West show. And that is like the Grand National race on the West Coast. Hope to see more of those next year. Mesa Marin plans to hold over 30 races in 1989, including 7 of the Southwest Tour style races. All eyes are on this pack right here, as we show you on the screen. Hornaday, Hooper, Beebe. Kalzinski's back there, and Thurkettle's leading him out of turn number 4. That has been the tough act. Bowers has moved away, so Jerry Bowers back into the hunt as he pulls away from this pack. And this has been a pack for like 5 or 10 laps. And you got some pretty impressive names up there. Hooper, you got Troy Beebe, Roman Kalzinski, Jim Thurkettle, the man who will probably win the Glentora Auto Tech Rookie of the Year, Ron Hornaday Jr. No change in the leader with this one, Gary Manilow and Dan Press. That is the way the front is going. Jim Thurkettle, that's 3rd place at this point. So you see the battle working for third now. Troy Beebe is down. Kalzinski, that put him probably 4th place. Unofficially, Roman Kalzinski 4th place. That's where all the drivers would like to be. Out of turn 3, number 98, Gary Manilow, brings him around. Another story there that is just simply amazing. This has got to really tickle Gary Manilow and his pit crew and his wife and family, which I know are in the stands at this point. He's running stronger than ever at this point. Dan Press couldn't catch him. I don't think anyone can. He has run away. He was in the hunt throughout the first 150 laps. A man who ran the smart race tonight, although it's not quite his yet. Anything can happen. We will not give it to him until that checker flag falls, but you have to be impressed with his drive tonight. Dan Press, who just can't get close to him. He got within 15 feet at one point 10 laps ago, and after that, it's been Manilow pulling away, even going through the slower traffic. And again, that is the car owned by Alan Beebe, the Taco Bell Buick. And Manilow from El Cajon, California. And And the final lap of the 12th annual October Classic at Mesa Marin. And this is a real story indeed. A lot of amazing stories this weekend. And this man can make just 2 turns and a little bit of a straightaway. Another amazing story will happen. He passes Mark Meach out of turn 4. He's your new champion here at Mesa Marin for the October Classic. Gary Manlow, your winner. Second place is Dan Press. In third place, Jim Thurkettle here tonight. So we'll have 3 cars coming to the winner's circle here. The last big major race here at Mesa Marin. Manlow, Press, and Thurkettle down here. Of course, on behalf of RS Video, this is Dave Sullivan. And I want to thank Randy Hamill for helping out here this weekend. It's been a pleasure to bring you the race here. And Gary Manlow, as you can tell, he is very exhausted, but he's very excited at this point. And again, I'm sure we'll see you next year at Mesa Marin. And once again, here on behalf of RS Video, this is Dave Sullivan saying so long, everybody.
Your top 10, row number 5. 6 cars, our fast qualifier. In car number 6, he's sponsored by Chevron Chevrolet, by Fisher Engineering, and Hoosier Tires. And a Chevrolet from Denver, Colorado. Second in points, Rick Corelli. And starting 5th, third row inside, in car number 9, the Palmdale Chiropractic Goods from Palmdale, California, Dennis Dyer. Row number 2, fourth on the field, our current point leader. In car number 97, the MR Machine, C&E Engines, Larry Ward Construction, and Stickle you find the winner is down. Put the hat on. Leads out your winner, Ron Hornaday Jr. Dan Hoff, a tremendous run as he took it over on, I believe, on lap 27 and never looked back. A great run by Rick Corelli in that second spot, but then Corelli's tires had to go away to handling and just knifing through the traffic went to Ron Hornaday, and it was all ahead go. Oh, and look at that number, 96 tons. Bill Harper, look at the rear end of Harper's corner. John Mine. Right now, as they come down the back straightaway.
I was just on the bottom groove there and just seemed like I got hit and just went into the wall, so it's just a racing accident. Anytime you see the cement coming at you, well, you know you're going to take a pretty good lick, so it wasn't that bad.
Can't control how some of those people drive, and he's just a real inexperienced driver, and he has good money behind him, and I think the pressure gets to him. He don't like it when local guys can outrun him, and he just turned into me thinking he could get away with it, and he should have seen it. All it did, it hurt his car and mine both, so neither one of us finished very well.
Rick Corelli, winner of the Olympia 100, and Rick, you had Ron Hornaday Jr. on your tail, and did you feel him most of the way?
Well, I seen him. He was there the whole time, you know, and Ron's a tough, hard racer, so I knew there at that last lap, man, it was, everybody was wide open, you know, but I didn't lead it all 80 laps to lose it on the last lap, so, I mean, we went wide open all the way.
Back to the front they are. And number 68 from Poway, California, driving the Marin International North Racing Chrysler LeBaron, PT. And car number 4 from Olympia, from Victory Circle Champion Dino Olympia. This is Dennis Dyer. 14. Dyer is in there with the 14 car. Sorry about that. The number 14 car lineup. From Rio Nevada, the Steve Boyke, driving the Mesa minutes, Taylor Chevrolet Illumina. Under 89, the winner last time out for the Southwest Tour Speedway from Sacramento, Mr. Dale Williams. Lisa Justin Doberville. Number 27, from Bakersfield, Brian Brown. The Bob Brown instruction on Washington on the Century Automobile. And car number 20 from Fairfield, Jim Engelbrecht, the oil connection, Florida State, Redwood Chevrolet. And car number 34 from Woodfield, driving the Ford Camp Harbor Freight, Avalon, Chevrolet Illumina, Doug McGowan. Car number 37 from Atwater, Social Technology, Cable TV Supply Ford, Doug Ford, former captain. Car number 79 from Fort Road Valley, driving the Big MT Enterprises Chevrolet, Mike Poker. And the 7th car from Saugus, California, welcome driver by Redwood Chevrolet, Roy Shasta. Car number 32 from Mercedes.
100 laps, Chris.
And from Victory Circle BPI, serving the left, Chris Shannon. Number 91 from
Good luck, Chief.
81 from Northridge, the Spangler Fabrication, Pontiac Trans Am, P.E. Spangler. And the number 72 from Bakersfield, leads around the Henry Racetrack Oldsmobile, Terry Henry. And 96 from Garcena, Southern Racing Early Performance Mesa, Chevrolet, Will Harper. The 10th spot from Fort Hill, A.B. Steel, Davey Wholesale Roofing Supply, Chevy, Mark Perry. Number 33, the Hoosier Oldsmobile Campus, Susquehanna Hills, and Kate Candy. Number 5, from Sebastopol, return track record over here at Saugus, the Jasper O'Farrell Chevrolet, Ryan Giovanni. And number 44, from Newell, Eagle Snack, Northridge, Equipment Rental, Raven Wholesale Chevrolet, Oldsmobile tonight, Bob Ryan. Our champion is number 97 from Compton, the Spears Motorsports, Toronto, Chevrolet, Ron Hornaday Jr. In the 07 car from Compton, the Golden West Favorite Sales Junior, Automobile, and Cooper. Number 48 from Venice, California, Victory Circle, Redco, Signal Chevrolet, this is Sean Monroe. And number 2 from Redding, California, Advantage Memory Corporation, Victory Circle, Goodyear-old, Greg Rockman. And car number 26 from Ceres, California, the Blue Enterprises, Sonoma, Oldsmobile, Ken Boyd.
Good luck, Chris. That's good even start.
And number 70 car from Las Keep up with you, okay? The end of action, we mentioned the number 4 car. NASCAR Southwest rolling out of the racetrack. The smooth down figure single change dyno home in a tire. The 4 car into action. Southwest Tour car. There's a lot of work here to pay back. Lights out of the pace car. We're looking for the green. 100 laps about to get underway. free in turn 2, bringing out. Number 2, Greg Rodman in the lead. 97, Ron Hornaday Jr. second. 44, Rob Lyon is third. And 26, Ken Boyd is fourth. 43 laps in the book. Car of Lamb Cooper taking the black waiting into the pit is still on the lead lap. Holding down 4. The lights out on the pace car. We're looking Wyman checks the pit and checks the front end. Takes the pieces off. Number 10 is the pit. The flight now is on the pace car. We're going back to green flag racing on the next pass. Pace car in. And we're green. Together in turn number 2. Roy Kester coming to a stop to avoid it. But the 96 car, Will Harper, gets backwards over there in turn 2 and trying to get around it on the inside without making contact, but did make it. 81 of Keith Spangler. Number 2 car, fire under the hood. Craig Reitman going into turn 3. Not finish under the yellow. Jerry Henry and Jim Engelbright. That's the first 4 cars. And they cross the line. Pace car lights will go out. Southwest Tour event, Ryan Germoni. Second place, the 70 car, Ray Hooper Jr. 72, Terry Henry getting third, and number 20, Jim Inglebright finishing in fourth. We're going to bring the train racing out next. We're going train racing.
Nice move, buddy. Bring her mixing circle. Ryan Germoni, right up to the front spot.
I got the radio. I'm not
I feel great. I just want to thank all the guys that came and saw us all racing cars. And you know that if it gets up a car today, they're all